Court will come to order. It is Monday, April the 22nd, 2024. It is 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please stand for the prayer of the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Lenz.
Let us pray. Lord, we are so thankful that you're, in our hearts and would help us, guide us in our lives. We're so thankful for where we live in this great state. We would ask you bless us with some rain as we are falling further and further behind your fears. Please help guide this court in our deliberations today, and please watch over first responders around the world. We ask this in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll remind everybody to turn your phones off or to vibrate so that they don't interrupt the proceedings. And as usual, we start our regular court meetings with public input. This is an opportunity for the public to provide input to the court. We do not get the opportunity to give you our output back, but we do have the opportunity to listen. We ask that if you want to talk to the court about something that is an agenda item, that you wait until that agenda item is called. You can close a lot more coherently that way. And we're going to ask that you keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less. So is there anyone who would like to address the court? So we don't have any of these morning. So with that, we'll move on to Commissioner's comments. We'll start with Commissioner 1.
Brief comments. I feel very fortunate. We got 3/4 of an inch of rain and a quarter the Sunday before, so I've had 1 inch in the last 2 weeks. And I know not everybody got that much rain, so I feel bad. But I had the pleasure of going to the Historical Commission's regular meeting. They had a gentleman from the Nimitz Museum that actually works for the state on their governing board, and it was fascinating. So kudos to them. They're very excited about maybe moving over to the what's the current area. They talked about that, so hopefully that goes through. Short comments, that's all I have.
Not too much for precinct 2. We could sure use a little of that rain that you got.
Sorry.
I got about 2/10, and that was it.
Sorry.
So anyway, yeah, we're still, the burn ban is lifted, but we're still in drought phase 3. So urge everyone to conserve water, and this could be a pretty bad year again. Otherwise, excited that we got some cooperation from TxDOT, and they've actually kicked off one of the projects that was on my list for Precinct 2, which was the widening of Verde Park Boulevard down in Center Point. That's where it butts up against Ranch to Market Road 480. It was very narrow, and then made it very difficult and in fact unsafe for residents and people using Verde Park Boulevard to pull in, particularly when there were 2 vehicles at a time. Effectively, in the right of way, it was only a one car road. So kudos to TxDOT. Thank you very much. And thank you, Robert Sims, because I understand he may have had something to do with pushing them into doing it. So that's great. Otherwise, we will have a meeting this Friday for the Storage and Office Space Committee. And that will be one of the items that we talk about for the Historic Commission, whether they can move on. That's it.
Okay. Precinct 3.
I had a little bit more rain than you. I had a 1/4 of an inch, but not too much more. Just an update on something that's been, it's probably been on my agenda for at least 16 years, maybe 20. Made a presentation to that with TxDOT regarding a couple of bridges that have been working around. One Crossing Street Bridge in Center Point, they're revising, relooking at plans once again on that. Trying to get something that the community, I think, in Center Point wants and will like. And Adler Crossing, which is a bridge on further just downstream from Lane Valley Bridge. It's a very, very low bridge, very old bridge. And originally they wanted to come in with some $10 million huge monstrosity, and finally they've agreed that no, they can go back with basically replacing what's there and raising it a couple of feet. So that's a positive to our taxpayers and taxpayers across the state and nation, because it would have been a huge waste of money to build a bridge that they wanted.
I mean, the good news on that, since you opened it, is that the county has already fulfilled its financial obligations for the repair or restoration of both of those bridges. So I do hope that TxDOT will come to us with a proposal or something that we can all be happy with, and it won't cost the county and our taxpayers anything further.
And by way of clarification, it says the county's met its obligations. These projects do require matches from the local governments, and we've already got our match in on that. That's right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, I usually don't make a comment, but I do want to make a comment today for a county, something the countywide. There are a lot of people that work for the county behind the scenes that most people don't know what they do. And sometimes they don't think what they do is important. A lot of people don't understand the way our Council of Governments works in the state of Texas. I think there's about 19 of them, and at ACOG, Alamo Area Council of Government, is one that I serve on. And some of our local folks here serve on the committees that help allocate the award of the grants, the block grants from the federal government that are administered through the state, which delegates it down to the Council of Governments. So those federal tax dollars come to the governor's office sends them to the COGS. The COGS then meet and award various grants for deserving programs. We've had a grant for crime victims coordinator in this county for what, 20 years?
Since 2005.
That's Rosa Lavender that's saying that because she was the first one. And we have been successful in getting that grant awarded again this year. This is almost unheard of for us to be able to get that grant. And that's Pam Peter. Most of y'all don't know who Pam Peter is. She works downstairs at the lower level. She keeps her nose to the grindstone. She works with our district attorneys and our county attorney and the sheriff's office, because she works with the victims of these crimes that our law enforcement is trying to enforce. And so this is a very valuable service that's provided. And I want to brag about them. I want to first of all thank Paul Gonzalez, because for 2 days running, he transported Rosa Lavender to and from the meetings to listen to all of these grants, and there were 30 some odd grants, I think. How many grants did y'all hear?
There were 46 VOCA grants that Pam was in, and then there were 30 that were law enforcement grants.
46, 30,
And
a
then
whole lot. And some
almost
of them were
100
very
total.
long. And Paul did yeoman's duty, driving Rosa down and back. We appreciate that. But I wanted to reach out to also Noelle Putnam. Most of you don't know who Noelle is. She sits here on the front row every week. Nobody sees her, rarely hears her. She's our grant coordinator, in whom we are very well pleased. She went down and made the presentation on behalf of Pam, and very proudly came in number 4 in terms of the grant award. And I see Hill Country Crisis Council came in number 5. Shout out to them too. But these are people that work behind the scenes that nobody hears about, and you need to know that they are the face of Kerr County. Okay, with that, we'll go into the consideration agenda. Item 1.1. These are our timed items. I think we have 4 of them. The 9 o'clock item 1.1. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action on a request to use Flat Rock Park to host a high school cross-country meets on Friday, August 16, 2024, morning only, and Saturday, September 28, 2024, until 2 p.m., and Wednesday, October 9, 2024, morning only, with the backup rain dates of October 10, 11, and 12. Mr. Taylor, welcome.
Good morning, Cody Taylor, cross-country coach at Tide High School. I'd like to start by saying thank you. This would be the 3rd year in a row that we would be given the opportunity to host cross-country meets at Flat Rock Park. Other schools have started to cherish that meet and those dates because it's a great course. Flat Rock Park's beautiful. Shane from Parks and Rec really does a lot to help make sure that park is beautiful and ready to be used. Again, thanks to the commissioners in the county for allowing that to be of use to the community. With that, there has been demand for us to host the district cross-country meet this year because it is such a beautiful course and it's easy to park people over at the ag barns and everything. So we would like to request to expand to that October date this year. Sticking with August 16th, which is a Friday, it's the first Friday of school. It's kind of the same date each year, just depending on when school starts. That would be early a.m. till noon only. Then September 28th, looking at early a.m. till 2 p.m. That is a Saturday. Goes a little later because in September we then add the junior high schools to that. So we have a few more divisions of races, so we go further into the day. Now, if there is a rain delay, we would have to wait out a lightning or rain delay type thing. And then October 9, we're looking at a Wednesday because that would be the district cross-country meet with potential rain delays. I don't foresee those being an issue. Sadly, grass has become scarce in Kerr County. But then rain out dates of the 10th, 11th, and 12th. I think our big rain out date would be the 10th and 11th that time, but in case we have some, in case God gives us with a 3-day flood, we would like to have the opportunity to postpone that meet for a day where we're not getting flooded out. Or
Rest assured that we would be happy to postpone.
Let's go.
Okay, I'll move for approval.
I'll second that motion.
We've got a motion and a second to approve using Flatlock Park for the, this is
Cross country.
This is KISD's cross-country meet.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion?
Yeah, Cody, can you kind of describe for myself and the public, will the public continue to have access at all to Flat Rock Park, or will it be exclusively?
So we would need to close that dog park area. That way we don't have people.
Area only?
Yes, sir, just the dog park area.
Okay. That's the one area that I hear the most complaints whenever it does get closed.
I will have to say this past year, and this is a kind of a shout out to Shane over at Parks and Rec. He's done a very good job of posting signs previous to it so that they're aware. And I'm also out there putting trail chasers in and step-in T-posts for about a week leading up to that event. So the dog park people see me, they know it's coming, they come up and they say, hey, when's the date? And I'm like, it's Saturday. And they're like, man, all right, I'll come out Sunday. So that has really helped alleviate a lot of that. They see it coming now. And
Well, if they can be given an alternative place, I don't know, maybe near the rodeo outdoor arena or something.
I think we could probably look at that. I mean, if they want to go up there, because
Those are the complaints I get whenever we close that dog park. So just trying to be sensitive to people who rely on the dog park.
there was a fun one a while back, the Border Terrier Club had to close for their event, and they were like, no dogs. And I was like, there's dogs everywhere. And like, we're special. It was this kind of thing.
Very good.
Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. The next time item is 1.2, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, to place signs at the courthouse grounds for the month of May 2024 in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month. Mr. Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Guillermo Morales Jr., and I'm a sitting board member with the Kerrville affiliate of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. The National Alliance on Mental Illness is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for millions of Americans affected by mental illness. It is headquartered in Arlington, Virginia, and it's an alliance of more than 600 local affiliates throughout the country and 49 state organizations. We work in communities to raise awareness, provide support, and education to those in need. The NAMI Kerrville affiliate was organized in 1989 as a nonprofit with 501c3 status. The NAMI mission is focused on advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to individuals and families who as caregivers are affected by mental illness in order to build better lives. This next month, during Mental Health Awareness Month, NAMI Kerrville joins the mental health community to reaffirm our commitment to improving our understanding of mental illness, increasing access to treatment, and ensuring those who are struggling know that they are not alone. With this in mind, the NAMI Kerrville affiliate requests permission to display signs on the Kerr County Courthouse grounds to reach out to Kerr County residents and bring attention to this important national effort. We plan to place the type of signs as in this sample facing Main Street and also facing Sidney Baker. There will be approximately 10 to 12 signs on each boundary. We plan to remove these signs prior to any activities that are held on the courthouse grounds for Memorial Day.
I'll make a motion that we approve the request from NAMI to place signs on the courthouse grounds for the month of May in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve Mental Health Month for May. I have a question. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next item is 1.3. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from Belong, a division of SJRC Texas, to approve proclamation in support of Child Abuse Awareness Month for April 2024.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing us to come today and speak to you about the importance of acknowledging April as National Child Abuse and Awareness Prevention Month. My name is Kane Jaggers. I'm the Senior Regional Director for SJRC Texas and Belong, and myself, along with other key stakeholders in this community, such as Hill Country, CASA, the Crisis Center, and other key partners, we are working together to ensure that Kerrville is safe for all children and families. There are currently around 38 children that are in care, removed from Kerr County specifically, and that are unfortunately in the foster care system. About 17 of those are placed here in the community, which is excellent, and our goal is to ensure that children that are removed from Kerrville are able to find hope and serenity right here in their community when we safely can do so. Belong is the lead provider of community-based care in the South Central and Hill Country region, and our partners with DFPS are working to create a child welfare system that is relevant and meaningful for this community. And we are excited to be here and kind of talking a little bit more about the work that is being done in Kerrville. We have in-home parent support that is available for any parent in need. That really helps enrich that family and ensure they have the things that they need to be successful along with the children that they care for. And we also are working on having a resource fair on April 30th at Calvary Temple Church to help bring awareness of some of the amazing resources that are available for families in this community to frontline DFPS, Belong staff, as well as CASA. So thank you all so much for allowing us to come today and speak to you about the work that we're doing and hoping to get approval for today's proclamation.
Thank you for the work that you do and the collaboration. I really appreciate it.
I make a motion to approve proclamation in support of child awareness, child abuse awareness.
So we've got a motion and a second to approve the proclamation in support of Child Abuse Awareness Month for April of 2024 as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Item 1.4, this is our last timed item for the morning session. This is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to 1, approve a resolution in support of Bird City Kerrville. 2, approve a request to install a bird blind in Flatlock Park. And 3, approve a request to have Kerr County Public Relations Office post a link on their website to Bird City Kerrville. Mr. Pell?
Good morning. I'm Kate Capel. I'm a master naturalist, and I'm part of a coalition of organizations that's been working on this Bird City Kerrville idea for about a year. And I gave the commissioners a whole pile of information to look at. But basically, the numbers of birds worldwide are diminishing due to a lot of different reasons. And it's like the canary in the coal mine. You know, if birds are doing well, then people might be doing well also in terms of health. So during the past year, we've been working to try to encourage people to build habitats for birds in their yards, to learn about the importance of birds, to increase public awareness, and we have an application that we need to put in June the 1st. It's a joint program of Texas Parks and Wildlife and Bear Audubon. So it talks about Bird City, but it's a community thing, and I think Kerrville and Kerr County are all a community. The birds don't know about the city limits. So the resolution is a supportive resolution. We're not asking for any money or any staff, except that we would like to put some information on the website. And that is partly because of the other side of this, which is the bird tourism deal. Today I learned that on the 16th, there was an eco tour company that brought a bunch of people to Flat Rock to look at birds. They paid $5,000 for a trip to look at birds around Texas. Birding is a big generator of tourism, and these are not people that get drunk and throw trash around, you know. So I think that anything we can do to raise our vision as a birding place, and they're all upset right now because last week a brown booby appeared. This is an ocean bird, and they don't know why it's here, but all the birders are up in arms about the brown booby. So that is my request for the support of the resolution. We might come back later and ask you for more things having to do with enhancing the situation for birds. I'd like to see people plant more natives next year, more native plants. So that is the resolution, and I don't know if you want to talk about the resolution first, or shall I go on to the construction project?
It's all one agenda item.
Okay. Well, I am just so excited about the progress that's been made on the Veterans Pathway. It's a beautiful setting. They're running it through kind of a little grove. And this bird blind idea is, a lot of birders are waiting around in the bushes looking at birds. But the bird blinds are really nice because you can go in, you can sit, you can take pictures. And I think it would give a destination to the veterans who are now able, well, very soon, will be able to go all the way down to the shore, even if they're in a wheelchair. I have talked to Charlie Hastings about it, and I know I need a floodplain permit. It turns out that little bit of the park is in the city jurisdiction, so I'm going to have to go talk to them. I have a couple of people already that have been experienced, and it's a shed, basically. It's an 8 by 12 foot building, no water, no electricity. It's just someplace to get out of the sun and to be able to sit and look at birds and photograph birds. Most of the state parks have bird blinds. Usually they're built by master naturalists or somebody. I've had people offer money already. I've had not disabled veterans offer to come and help build the thing, but I can't go any further without some permission from the county to do this. So I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
What materials would the shed be made out of?
I'm sorry?
What would the shed be made out of? Is it wooden or metal?
The plans that I have are just wood with a kind of paneling on the outside. A lot of these places are built with donated stuff, but I haven't been asking for donations because I haven't had permission to move ahead on this thing. We're thinking a metal roof with slanted into a water collection system so that it could generate its own water and a solar trickle fountain. The birds like the little trickle fountains. And I'm going to ask one of the veterans groups to provide the maintenance, kind of checking on it to be sure that everything is working and the birds have food.
I think your paperwork kind of referred to it would be a shed similar to what Habitat for Humanity builds.
Well, their sheds
I've built a lot of those sheds.
Their sheds are 6 by 8,
Yeah.
which is too small. But they whip those things up in a day.
And my concern is that whenever it floods, it'll whip it down in a matter of minutes because it is in a floodplain and we will have floods eventually. So I would have to see a lot more detailed information about the design. You know, we spent a lot of extra money just on the Veterans Walkway because it had to be extra thick concrete that had anchors so that it doesn't wash out during a flood.
Well,
And
and I would,
wouldn't waste our investment. So, just with the safety concerns, at this stage, I wouldn't be comfortable approving the shelter until I see a lot more detail, exactly where it's going to be, how it's going to be constructed, how it's going to be anchored, et cetera.
today I think I'm really only asking for permission to go forward and try to plan one. And I would certainly
You
bring
can
everything
plan
by
for
you
one,
and
but
by the
it doesn't
county
equal
engineer
proof.
before anybody was down there working on anything.
On the shed issue, share the concerns Mr. Pace has said about that. I also have two other concerns. One is the long-term maintenance of it. That becomes a taxpayer responsibility, and I'm not real comfortable with that. And the other one is, I'll probably tiptoe around, but any kind of enclosures in an ununiformed area, in an area that really doesn't have any security or closure, it's kind of a law enforcement issue potentially for the other uses of it. So that's always a concern, and that has been really the reason we've never put restrooms down there. It's because of the other problems that can come with enclosures, which is sad, but reality. So I'll have to look at something, and if there is some sort of shed, I think it needs to be certainly not enclosed completely. I mean, it's got to have like a side open
I think that's
or
what she's
something.
talking about. but
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, anyway, so, but I would need to see a lot more detail of exact
Sure.
location, where, what it's going to be made of, how it's going to be maintained.
The one they have in Ladybrook Park in Fredericksburg is three-sided. It does have a roof, which is nice if it's raining.
What if it was just a roof?
But then it wouldn't be a bird dwelling. You're trying to make it where the birds don't see the people.
Basically, it's like a big, like a deer blind, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, it's similar to what it is. And for photography purposes, it's
Yeah.
very important. It's the birders that use them, so it's just, we need to work out some of the other details. In regards to the proclamation, I mean, that seems like a good idea. I mean, I'm in favor of that. I have no problem with that. I'll make a motion to approve the proclamation.
I'm okay with the website link.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you want to add the website? link
And
to
the website link.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to do two of the three things in your agenda item here, and that is to approve the Bird City resolution, Bird City Kerrville resolution, and to authorize a link to the website.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Unanimous.
All right, I
Start.
might come back later with some more information on one. There's only one right now, and that's in the Nature Center, and it's only open from 10 to 6, Monday through Saturday, so it's not much help, but thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, back to our regular agenda, item 1.5. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve Senate Bill 22 funds for salary increases for assistant district attorneys and investigators in the 198 District Attorney's Office to begin at the start of the next payroll cycle. I don't see Steve Harpo here.
Pass on.
Well, just as a matter of course, these SB 22 funds are controlled by the offices that are giving the monies. And this is just approving, put it in writing to us, I wants to spend it. I didn't see anything objectionable about it, the way you wanted to allocate the funds. So,
I won't object to it. It'd be nice if he was here to explain it specifically for the public.
I agree, but I hope he's doing his job of prosecuting something.
I'm not going to go ahead and approve the motion to go ahead and approve the salary increases as requested. Or as designated, really not requested, as requested.
I've got a motion and a second to approve the SB 22 funds in the 198 District Attorney's Office as presented. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.6, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept donations to Kerr County Animal Services totaling $60 for the month of March 2024. And the public needs to understand, you've got to get permission to take these funds. We're doing this routinely.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion about?
I make a motion to accept the 2 donations of totally $60.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve accepting the funds donated to the Kerr County Animal Services in the amount of $60 as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Ray. We got the next one too, 1.7. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to change Kerr County Animal Services euthanasia fee from $10 to $100.
Yes, sir. So this was actually something we discussed this last Commissioners Court. You guys also tasked me with getting some policies together. I don't have those done yet. I'm hopeful that I can bring those back to the next Commissioners Court. But I went ahead and just wanted to see if you guys want to go ahead and raise that for the $10, because we're already doing the $10. We've been doing it without an actual policy in place on that for a long time. So I'll get the policy to y'all this next Commissioners Court, but I figure we could go ahead and change the fee at least.
I'm fine with it. There is, the policy will have some discretion for you to be able to use. I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve increasing the euthanasia fee from $10 to $100 for the animal services.
Reagan, I'm just gonna ask you, why 100? What's magic about that number? Why did you choose that?
Well, that was the suggested amount by the advisory board. It's been $10 for a very long time, as long as I can remember. And I don't know if there was I don't know if it was ever higher and it was lowered or what, but $10 is very low.
Yeah, I agree, $10 is low. I'm just thinking $100 seems pretty high.
Well, so it's still,
It's still.
it's still a lot lower than what you're gonna get if you take your animal to a veterinarian.
And they have discretion to change that.
Yeah. There's discretion with it. It's really what was recommended by the committee.
It's just.
So I'm okay with it, as long as there's some discretion, because there's some situations where,
Yeah, needs based.
yeah.
But I think the whole purpose behind it is to have more skin in the game. Better care for these animals.
It's just too early.
I'm always a little uncomfortable with the discretionary aspects. So I can easily be, I don't know, abused or just creates complications. Why them, why not me? It'd be nice to have something consistent that just applies to everybody, but anyway, I'm not overly opposed to it. It's just a big change.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion? Okay. Friend River, do we have a motion?
Does that make a motion?
You do.
And I did.
Okay. We have a motion.
Is that a motion and a second?
Oh, we do now.
Okay.
One or the other.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.8. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Kerrville for the Hazard Mitigation Action Plan.
Morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners.
I want to say a few words about Doug before we get started. We just survived the eclipse, and it was good news and bad news. The bad news was that the weather didn't cooperate with us, and not as many people came as we were told to expect. We had no control over that. And the good news was that we were over-prepared. I can truthfully say that Doug led a team to have us ready for everything. And I will tell you that we had doubled the number of ambulances that we had on call, and all 8 were used. So better to be over-prepared than under-prepared, and I congratulate you for doing a fine job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Judge, on the numbers issue, I've been with the city a little bit about the numbers, and the numbers were actually higher and closer to what we had projected. The number, if you look carefully, well, I can close to 100,000. I mean, the city thinks that there's 60, 70,000 here. I know there's a bunch out in the more western part of the county, and in the east. So I don't know what the number was. I don't know how you ever determined, but even if it was 50,000, I guess more than I really thought there was, because it didn't appear that big. But the city was pretty comfortable. They had 75 to 100,000 countywide.
Of course, I was out west, but it looked like about 50,000 from that viewpoint.
Yeah, so
If the city says they had more people in here, I've had it for this probably between 50 and 100,000.
Well, there were people wandering around all over town that were not down at Weeksage Park that you can't really keep a number on. And then when the Civil Air Patrol, I I was gonna bring this up in 2 weeks when I give you an update, but when the Civil Air Patrol was up taking photographs, they noticed it was tent city on numerous ranches all around the county. So I don't even know how to guess what the number would be, 40, 50,000 maybe, but it, whatever it was, it only took us 3.5 hours to get them all out of town, so.
Did nobody,
Oh.
including the city, do a cell phone ping? Because you can get those numbers pretty easily.
I don't
I don't know
know.
if somebody's doing that. Okay.
We're gonna have to take a look at how to figure that out, so.
Now we're going to go back to the hazard mitigation action plan.
All right, Judge, so 2 weeks ago, I was here for a presentation for the interlocal agreements for the hazard mitigation plan. The City of Kerrville was the last one that we were waiting on. County Attorney Heather Stebbins has reviewed that, and she saw no issues with it, so we're here for approval.
I'll make a motion to approve the intergovernmental agreement with the city of Kerrville for the hazard mitigation action plan.
Got a motion
I'll second. Got it.
and a second? And just to clarify for the public, at the last regular meeting, we approved the interlocal agreement with other stakeholders in this project. And the only one that we have to finish up is the one with the city. That's what this does. So with that explanation, is there any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Judge.
Oh, and Doug,
Sir?
the only criticism I heard about our preparations is Judge Evans in Bandera County did not foresee us redirecting the traffic through Bandera. And so he was complaining about having a 3-hour parking lot. That's the only complaint I've heard so far.
But we had signs down there that said take 480, so some folks just decided to go on in Bandera.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
The next item is 1.9. Is that, we're taking it up at 1:30?
1:30.
And let me go ahead and read it so the public knows what we're talking about. Discuss and take action on an order authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of tax note series 2024, securing the payment thereof by authorizing the levy of an annual ad valorem tax, and approving and authorizing all other instruments and procedures related thereto. And what that is the part of the budget last year that we financed. We're borrowing money to provide those, including the vote for the VFPs. We're going to take that at 1:30 when we have our bond consultant help us on that. And so what we're going to do is when we finish up with the regular meeting this morning, we won't adjourn, we'll just recess, come back at 1:30, take that up, and hopefully be out in 10 minutes. So we'll pass that for the time being.
Let me just ask real quickly, Tanya, what was the total amount that?
It was, ours was somewhere around 3,010,000 roughly, but that was, then their issuance cost would be added to that. And some of that will determine whether we get what the interest rate is on them, so the proceeds may look different but we'll get enough to finance our projects.
That's the ask, a little over 3 million.
Yes.
So let's move on to item 1.10. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the use of the insurance proceeds for a new unit to replace unit number 28, a 2021 Chevrolet Tahoe, VIN number 1GNSCLEB9MR28263, which was totaled in a non-fault accident. I'm a little confused about this, Mr. Sheriff.
All right, I'm gonna update on all this. Obviously, we had to work with the auditor's office on this. So basically, one of our units was totaled right here at Main Sidney Baker about a month ago. It was a non-faulted accident. It was not our fault. The vehicle is totaled. So what I'm looking for is the court's approval to be able to use the money from that for a new unit. Obviously, I'm trying to upgrade all my units. What I was wanting to do, looking for the court's approval, is basically just some notes here I have for y'all. That's a 2021. It was due to be traded in this year, but we were going to keep it another year because we're not able to get units. We're probably 12 to 15 units behind where we should be. So keep in mind, this in 2021, this unit was $34,400. To outfit that unit, it was $20,000. Of that $20,000, $8,000 was the camera system, which we're required to have. insurance today, and one thing I gotta take my hat off to Enterprise, they're helping subrogate this with TAC. Okay, remember, it's a non-fault accident, but this TAC is working with the other insurance company. TAC kind of fronts the money and goes and gets it from there, which Enterprise has a vested interest in this, so they're staying in on this. So they're offering us $42,000 for the unit. We haven't accepted that yet, but 42, so we're 7,600. This is the only good news on this, is we're 7,600 in the plus. Remember, from that unit that's 4 years old now. So we do owe $4,000 on that unit, which would end us with $38,000. But here's where kind of the bad news comes. That new unit today is $54,000, and to outfit that unit, it's $36,000, which $15,000 is the camera system that was 4 years ago. We got this unit, remember, in 2021 before the prices went up. So anyway, so that kind of leaves me, what I want to do is use that money towards the new unit, which would leave me a balance. You know, I'd have about $34,000, wanted to pay for half the outfitting, put it in the lease, half the outfitting, and then we're still in negotiations on the outfitting of the unit. When I said it was $20,000. I'm trying to see what they're going to give us. I wish they told everything what's good, what's not good. That's what we're negotiating with the insurance right now. Is what they're going to replace. I'm hoping we at least get 10 of the 20. I would use that towards the outfitting. So what I want to do is use the insurance proceeds towards a new unit.
I guess what's confusing me is, this is a lease vehicle, right?
Well, here we go. It's a lease till it's paid off, then we own it. Because Enterprise is not in the business of selling vehicles.
So it's a lease to buy.
Yes, exactly. And like I said, we owe $4,000 on that unit, but we were going to keep it for another year because you can't hardly get units. I'm still waiting on 3 from last year. Ordered 60 year ahead, you know, or got them on hold. So anyway, but I have located a unit. That's why I'm trying to push this. I have located one. They have it on hold. You know, this is kind of how Enterprise is supposed to work. Like, look, we're putting $38,000. You know, if that units were paid off, I'd be able to, per se, trade them in or whatever we do. You know, they're worth more than what we paid for them, although this one's total. So, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Well, but I'm trying, it confused me, and I want to make sure the public understands.
Okay.
Because what we've got here is this vehicle is insured
Correct.
through TAC.
Correct.
Texas Association of Counties. And TAC is working with Enterprise, who technically is the owner of the car.
Correct.
Owner of the vehicle. With a subrogation claim against the party that's at fault.
Correct.
And those proceeds you want to apply to a new lease.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a purchase, it's a lease.
Right.
I'm looking at my auditor, we talked about this. It's a lease, but there's equity involved here. And what we're doing is cooperating with Enterprise and how to allocate that equity in terms of a replacement lease on a new vehicle.
Correct.
Is that right? Now I
I
understand.
haven't talked to Enterprise, I don't know.
I think that once we, I think we need to, yeah, I mean, me, it should go and go as a normal insurance thing. I don't know about this, because I have no more buildings, is that the funds go in to insurance proceeds, or an account, I think is what it's called. And then it comes from there back to whatever the line item is for the leases. So you can purchase. And I guess the issue is he's acquiring a new lease that was not budgeted because he lost a vehicle.
That or is it replacing the lease? Since it's still gonna be leased, it's just changing the terms of the lease. I don't-
But it's a vehicle, during budget, we say how many vehicles he's getting each year. Yeah, every year, how many new vehicles we're gonna go through this program. And this year, we're adding another one that was not planned because it was total.
Correct.
So the money goes to the auditor's office, once we get, and we need to have to pay off them, or the amount that's left over, so we gotta pay off the existing lease, and then enter into a new lease.
So basically, well, I mean, I'm going to be doing a lease for ballpark 34,000 compared to 90,
So we're,
and have a new unit.
But the additional part in this moving machine that we're talking about is, we've got to have Enterprise at the table, because they're technically the record title owner of the vehicle. And this is just like being named insured on an insurance policy. The insurance company has to make sure that the lender, in this case Enterprise, who's our lease to buy, is included.
Gotcha.
So Sheriff, this thing is totaled, I mean, none of the equipment, you can't take any.
Well, the equipment's insured, I don't want it.
You don't want it?
I don't want it,
Just
yeah.
'cause it's too
I mean,
old?
we might end up with some, no, I mean, the cage is smashed in the back, one thing, the camera system, you know, I mean, that's what we're negotiating. We're not gonna take it out and try it. I mean, you know what I mean, if they wanna pay for it, that's fine, but, you know what I mean, it's got some severe damage to it. I don't know what's good or not. That's the problem, that's what we're negotiating right now. And I doubt they're gonna replace $20,000 worth of it.
Whatever insurance company the at-fault party has will be responsible for any salvage value in the vehicle because it's total. Because they're buying the total vehicle.
Right, I think it's about, you remember Gage what it was? The total vehicle, there is some salvage, but we don't want it. It was like $4,400 or something worth of salvage.
Well, that's why we have the insurance.
Correct.
All this stuff gets done behind the scenes between the insurance companies and we don't have to mess with it.
Correct.
But because this is a lease vehicle, we do have to have enterprise pay. I'm good with that.
Also on the equipment, just a note, that 21 vehicle, that Tahoe, there's a model change over the years, so a lot of that equipment won't fit into the newer models because how they're restructured.
That's not our headache.
No, sir.
We're taking the payment, this is another lease.
So I guess, the only thing, I don't know if we take action at all. I mean, I think to me, we are adding another vehicle, or replacing, I don't know if it's adding a new one or replacing a lease with another new vehicle.
Well, at the very least, it's been a good information. We know what's going on.
Do we need any approval today?
I wonder if do we need to add a vehicle to his lease package?
I mean, I'm happy to make a motion
Yeah.
to approve it if we need.
I deal in dollars, I don't have any dollars. I would assume the equipment, if it's gonna be need to replace, it's half covered in the existing leases, the way they are. We pay 50%
Correct.
down and 50% is included in the lease of the vehicle. So he might, depending on how much the insurance proceeds are, he may need additional funds in order to keep up with half of that equipment that we'll have to pay for up
Exactly.
front.
And what I was planning on doing, is we're gonna visit with you, is using the capital outlay for that difference.
So you've got 3 vehicles in there for new lease vehicles right now
Correct.
to about 76,000. So if you have money in there, that will be great.
That's the plan, and we haven't got it, we haven't even got the van. I mean, I'm still thinking we're 2 to 3 months out.
Look, let me ask the question. County attorney, auditor, county attorney, same thing. I think this is probably a routine operations decision. But it has to be coordinated with the insurance company, our insurance company, the other party's insurance company, enterprise, and possibly other parties. Do we need to take action, or do we just let him go ahead and do that and keep us informed? We can approve him overseeing the coordinated review of this transaction and report back to us, or do we have to approve something today?
I don't know that you have to approve anything today if all of that coordination hasn't happened yet.
Well, I think we're midway, and I want to make sure that the auditor's office gets comfortable with the events the steps that have to be taken, and we do everything legally. But I think as far as I'm concerned on the court, we understand the situation that you have. We understand where you are in that process. We appreciate you informing us of it. And if there's any future approval that's required, come back and talk to us. That's where I would be.
What I'd like to clear up a little bit now, I can't control when these actions are totaled. I can't have it happen around budget season, you know what I mean? So what happens, these vehicles are very valuable. We just have good sources, and I've got one on hold. That's why, I gotta take action, you know what I mean? It's not like they're gonna hold it for me forever. I've kind of been holding it for about a couple of weeks now. So,
Well, TAC, we can't do anything until we get the, TAC provides their checks pretty quick. We have not received.
we've gotten part of it. We have gotten part of it. And we're waiting for the other part to see if we're gonna agree to the 42. Enterprise, that's what I gotta say, I take my hat off, they're trying to say you never take the first offer, basically. So that's what they're, negotiating, they can bring the 42 up.
As soon as Enterprise is ready to do a new lease, then we can do a new
Okay.
lease on this new vehicle.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to lose the vehicle that he's identified, so if we need to approve leasing this vehicle today, then we should go ahead and do that. The only thing that's going to change is the actual cost. That we may not know yet because
Correct.
we have a final deal with TAC and Enterprise.
We're locked in at 42,000. I mean, it won't go down.
Yeah, so I almost think we should go ahead and approve. These vehicles are going so quickly, and I'm not sure how long they'll hold for
I think what
Sheriff
we're-
Leaper.
The one part we're really approving, we would be approving a replacement lease.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. We don't know the final cost of the new lease, but we should be approving this replacement because we need it and one's available.
It's kind of like when we were buying cars, not knowing what.
Exactly. What we're getting.
I mean,
He knows what the new one's gonna cost, we just don't know the final settlement with the insurer.
And what I'm hearing is the commitment to the hold that you put on the vehicle that you want is that's the rate limiting step right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want to be able to validate that hold.
Pull the trigger.
I'm looking over the table, you know.
I haven't looked at our lease agreement with Enterprise in quite some time, so I don't really give any good advice on what that agreement does.
Well, I appreciate where we are in the process. And it sounds like to me what we really need is the agreement of at least 4 to 5 parties to do, maybe even 6, to do what we want to do. And that is to get a replacement vehicle that takes the place of the old vehicle
Correct.
on that lease. But it's really a new lease, it's replacing an old lease.
Correct.
And we don't know the exact dollar amount of that just yet.
If
But
we
we
know
don't,
today, we know the
but we
exact
don't, I
dollar
mean,
amount
that's
of the new one.
standard every year.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, it sounds like it's normal operations to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can just go ahead and proceed. I mean, I don't know what action,
That's what I want, I want to send him out of here to proceed. But he's the point person for us, and if we need to do something else, come back and we'll figure out what we gotta do.
So the vehicle you got held, so to speak, that will still be a lease, correct?
Correct.
You're not trying to buy one?
No, it's just basically replacing the one. I'm looking right now at $34,000 difference. That's with half the outfitting, and after putting the $38,000 down, I'm at about $34,000 will be the new lease.
It's a replacement lease.
The 34,000 down is what,
instead of trading in the vehicle, we're just giving cash.
from the insurance?
Usually we trade in a vehicle
Yeah.
and we get a credit. And now, but instead of that, since this one was wrecked, we get
Insurance
insurance cash, we're
proceeds.
just turning the checking.
I need to see.
I don't think it's any different than we normally, than just turning in a vehicle.
I agree.
I just don't want them to walk out without
Right.
the authority to go ahead and secure this vehicle.
I mean, generally, well, I'm thinking of, I'm trying to find out something that we've done in the past. And the only difference is I'm thinking this, like, you know, when we had all the hail damage at all over the county, those proceeds, insurance proceeds went into a fund, and then they went back out and fixed all those buildings, and we didn't approve all those, unless they were over $50,000 for the repair, we didn't approve them individually.
But the,
This
the point
idea-
was that, what about the vehicle that was just totaled, and won't that need to be paid with the insurance proceeds? So that, does it really go to the new vehicle lease?
Well, in my mind, it should. I mean, he lost the vehicle. It should replace, he should be able to get a new vehicle.
I don't think that's the question. I think it's the mechanics of how it works because we're dealing with a leased vehicle. You know, if it was a loan, and it's your vehicle and it gets totaled, you would still have to pay off the loan at that point.
Right.
I don't know if there's anything left in the lease. I know there's some
4,000,
portion
right, 4,000.
of the equipment that would be there to be paid off. And so, again, it's never happened. I've not seen this before coming through like this, so I don't know what the numbers, my hang up is the numbers, and I do know that he's got 3 that were, I believe, were put in, and I don't think any of those 3 have been filled yet.
No. That's why I said I have plenty of capital.
So if that was for an entire year, he may accidentally have money there that could be used. Again, I'm not looking at any figures, but because we're down to half a year is at least passed, there may be funds there that he could go ahead and do that anyway, because again, generally speaking,
Well, then, I understand your concerns, and those are accounting and budget concerns. And I'm not meddling in that, Sheriff, okay? We'll do that in summer. But right now, I'm not into that business. Legally, where I think we are, the mechanics of what we've got is there is the lease on the old vehicle, okay? And we're gonna have to close out that lease. We don't know the exact numbers yet, but we're gonna have to close out that lease. Then we're going to buy, or lease, not buy, another vehicle, the new vehicle. And we're gonna have to process that lease. And so normally, we would be approving your settlement on trade-in, if it had been a trade-in, for an example. We approve the closeout of the old lease, and then you come to us with the new lease, and we approve the execution of the new lease. But we don't know the numbers right now. And so I think where we really are is, you've made us aware that you're in the process of closing out the old lease.
Correct.
We know it's coming, and when it gets here, I think you can expect approval of that. Or you want to approve it now? But we don't have the numbers, and we can complain about that. So, and she doesn't know the numbers. But then when the new lease comes, go ahead.
But if he has 3 vehicles, can he not just go buy this new vehicle right now, using one of the 3 he has approved, and then once all the numbers come in,
Then he comes.
come back and do this, the 4th vehicle that was not budgeted?
I think you could have done that. But he didn't. That's what his problem was.
Yeah.
That would be your problem.
So now you just go
Just
do
do
it,
it.
and that's one of your 3 vehicles you got leased. And then we'll figure out where the proceeds come in and
I
figure out
think
the payoff.
I treat each one of these transactions separately, okay? Separate and distinct. And it's just business as usual. You're buying another car, you've got it in your budget, you do that.
Okay.
You're closing out a car that was totaled, we didn't get a trade-in on it, or we're getting cashed out, do that. And as each one of those takes place, come to us, we approve the old one, and we approve the new one.
And you get a 4th vehicle this year.
Good to go.
For 34,000. That's not bad.
Okay?
I like
Done.
it. That's
to go forward and secure this vehicle, then I'm good with that, and you're good with that.
I'm good. That's great. Thanks.
So you are authorized to handle it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on, 1.11. This is an update regarding issues related to the Comfort Radio Tower.
So, it comes with good news. Bad news, right? But I'll give you the good news. We were able to, our project manager was able to get a hold of the people that, what we say, have the lease in Comfort, our Comfort Tower.
Let's instruct Smith on. Remind everybody what the problem is.
Okay, this is for our new radio system. We're specifically talking about our Comfort Tower. When we first started this project a couple of years ago, that's one of our main sites. And they're in the process of already started working on that site, which I've still got it on hold, because West Central Wireless has sold out to Verizon, so they no longer need the tower. Our lease comes up next year, and but West Texas Wireless's lease, who we lease through, comes up in December 2026. They have notified us they are not renewing the lease. What they don't know is if they're going to take the tower down or not. So we were kind of got the project on hold. We don't want to spend any more money. We're going to be out next year within 8 months after the project's done. What I told the court last week is we will try to get a hold of the people that have the lease for the land. Okay, that's who we need to get. We have. Our project manager was able to get a hold of them. The good news is they're willing to work with us. They want to keep us there. The bad news is West Central Wireless owns the tower. They're in a meeting this morning. We don't know who with, some other company. This company we're talking to, dealing with, is nationwide. We didn't realize that they're all over the United States with towers. They want to keep us. Problem is West Central Wireless owns the tower. So they're talking to another company, maybe doing a package deal to sell all their towers. We don't know this company. So they're supposed to get a hold of us, today. and let us know if they're able to work something out with another company or not, because then we would have to pick up and go contact them, and then I kind of say we're at their mercy per se on the lease. It's not a whole lot, but like I said, one way or the other, the company that we're talking to would be interested in purchasing it. I don't know if they'll have that option or not. West Central Wireless told us, hey, we're talking to somebody, we'll get back and let you know what's going to happen. So for that, I have to keep the project on hold still. We're still doing other things. We're getting our equipment. We're going to start putting them in the vehicles. We're moving forward, but I'm not doing anything at that one site. Okay, and every 2 weeks holds us up a little bit more, but I mean, I can't see spending thousands and thousands more when I got to get out within a year.
We understand that dilemma. And right now, we do not have a seat at one of the tables that we
Correct.
have a seat.
Correct, unfortunately.
And I would encourage you and your staff to continue to try to get some kind of input into that decision-making process that would affect us indirectly.
Within the next 2 weeks, I'm very confident we'll know we get to stay with them or we got to contact a new one and work something out.
And when you know something, come back and
We'll do it. That's it.
Sure, David. The last time you were here, we talked about, at least extending our direct lease through the end of the other lease.
Through the 26th, that is possible.
Done that.
That is possible. No, they haven't. West Central Wireless hasn't gave us that okay yet, but they're throwing that out there. That's very
As a
possible.
minimum, I think we need to do that. That'll give us a little bit more flexibility.
No, I agree.
A lot more time.
I agree. We finish it and then worry about it right after we finish. Okay. No, I'll push them some more.
Okay, so there's no action to take today?
No.
Just keep us in the loop. Thank you. Item 1.12, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to close job postings for the Human Resources Director and the Information Technology Director and begin interviewing applicants. Quick overview.
Both of those have been posted for the time period that we allotted. I know the HR one has been for more than 30 days. The IT one, we put that on the IT listserv and wanted to run it for 30 days, and the 30 days ends the 26th. So I think we're ready to start interviewing those candidates that have applied in both of those positions starting next week.
There's no action for us to take today. This is just information so that we get ready
We
to
can close it and start getting them scheduled.
start looking at our
Yeah.
calendar.
How many applicants did we get for each of those positions?
How many for HR? 4 for IT. How many for HR?
I saw some here.
Four.
See out there?
So 4 for each one.
4 for HR.
4 for each one. So we'll just start getting a move on that.
All right.
Okay. With that, it's time for the morning break. Let's come back in about 5 minutes. Shouldn't have. come back to session. We have two timed items at 10 o'clock. First one is 1.13, which is a public hearing for the removal of an existing cattle guard located at 595 Indian Creek Road, subject to said cattle guard being replaced with a new one located at 675 Indian Creek Road, Precinct 4. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody that would like to address the court on this issue? There being none, I will adjourn the public hearing. We will move on to item 1.14, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to authorize the removal of an existing cattle guard located near 595 Indian Creek Road, subject to said cattle guard being replaced with a new one located near 675 Indian Creek Road. Patience.
Thank you, Judge. According to Section 251.0096 of the Texas Transportation Code, removal of cattle guards from county roads A, the Commissioner's Court of the county may remove a cattle guard from a county road of any class if the Commissioner's Court notifies each person who owns land adjacent to the cattle guard by certified mail not less than 90 days before the proposed removal of the cattle guard. Certified mailings are dated January the 11th, 2024, and the 90th day thereafter was April the 10th, 2024. B, the Commissioner's Court is not required to hold a public hearing on a proposed cattle guard removal. If a resident of the county requests a public hearing, the Commissioner's Court shall hold a public hearing on the removal of the cattle guard. To be valid, a request for a public hearing must be in writing and be made before the 75th day after the date of the notice required by subsection A is mailed. Again, it was mailed on January 10th. 75 days was sometime after that. We're past the 75th day. To my knowledge, we did not receive anything from the public requesting a public hearing. However, I requested the public hearing to make sure that it was done. The public hearing was just conducted moments ago, today, on April the 22nd, 2024. Therefore, the county engineer requests the court to authorize the removal of an existing cattle guard located near 595 Indian Creek Road, subject to said cattle guard being replaced with a new one located near 675 Indian Creek Road, Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Discussion?
Just Charlie, who's actually doing the work? Who's going to remove the old one and who's going to install the new one?
The old one will be removed by the Road and Bridge Department. The new one will be installed by a contractor for the property owners who are funding the new one. They have the all the details and specs on it. I know they've gone to a fabricator to get prices and so forth. I haven't talked to them in several weeks to know what the schedule is, but again, this order from the court is a subject to. So if for some reason they never move forward with it, ever, then the cattle guard that's out there remains. The day that they move forward.
Road and Bridge will wait until the old one is.
That's right. And there's no time frame on this. So if it's 10 years later and they decide to start doing it, I think we're okay. We might want to come back in here and talk about it, but.
Okay. Good.
My observation is, Charlie, y'all done a really good job on this one. This was a tricky problem. And I appreciate the fact that even though no one requested the public hearing, you asked for it anyway.
Yes,
we did it. We've been over backwards to try to do this completely transparently and get everyone invested in the solution. And I think you've done a good job of doing that.
Good.
So, with that, any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 1.15, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from Hall Ranch to divide homestead property out of larger lot.
I put this on the agenda because Mr. Howley is here if you have any questions. And I talked to Charlie about it. We just don't really know what to do under our current subdivision rules. Hall Ranch is 4 lots, the smallest being 62.16 acres, another 226.97, another 266.62, and one 237.05. 237.05 is where Mr. Howley's home is. The appraisal district, his lot is currently owned by an LLC, which he and his wife own 100% of. He wants to put a homestead on his house and carve out that piece of property around the house. The appraisal district says that he has to create a new lot to do that. It creates a new lot, creates a revision of subdivision, and that causes just, a lot of rigmarole and wasted money, in my opinion.
When did the appraisal firm get in the business of subdividing property in the county?
Right. So, to me, there's three solutions. One, we can say this is not the intent of our subdivision rules and doesn't require plating. And I think he would like a motion to that effect to protect him. The other one is that basically he can abandon the subdivision, cancel the whole subdivision so we can do this. And then he can do it because there's an exemption if it's not a subdivision to do it. And that seems, and if we did that, I'd recommend that we waive all the county fees because I think this is ridiculous. To me, the simplest thing is to say that this is not the creation of a new lot, and is, from the standpoint of subdivision rules.
What was your third thing?
Well, I can't remember my third one.
Okay.
Those two are the simplest ones.
I guess I'm not real clear why the appraisal district has given the advice they've given him.
I'm not sure anybody.
Is it because there's an LLC that's holding it and not an individual?
Right. They will not give a homestead on a corporate entity.
That's probably the real issue here. So is there any way for him to just take it out of the LLC and?
Well, if I were him, I wouldn't do that. I mean, taking it out of the LLC is what he wants to do. What he wants to do is take the house out of the LLC.
I see.
And put it in his own personal and his wife's name.
You don't want to do it.
But to do that, it's a liability issue. If it's on the whole branch, if someone goes out there and gets hurt, there's some it changes the
There
liability.
may even be some ag exemption issues.
Yeah. So, but to me, he's not.
I don't want to hurt the homeowner. Anything wrong.
This is not a subdivision from the standpoint of our rules of what a subdivision is. He's not, there's no road going to his house after, he's just taking out a piece of property in the middle, surveying it out. And we could just say you can be done by meets and bounds. And the homestead, that's very specific. You just say, it's approval to carve out a homestead exemption does not require plat. I mean, I don't know what and that's why I brought it here.
I don't think we have authority to say that.
Well, rather just
Quite frankly.
we don't 10 acres that has the house on it and that gets carved out. We could approve waiving the fees.
Well,
but it's still a revision of the plat.
Yeah.
What I think I'm hearing here, and I'm looking at it.
Mr. Howell is here.
But it sounds like the appraisal district is asking you to carve a lot out of your existing range in order to grant a homestead exemption.
I have to remove ownership from the LLC, and they're only going to give me the homestead on 1 acre. So, as you pointed out, I either have to get rid of the liability protection on the whole 237 acres, and at the same time, I would lose the exemption on all but the 1 acre. And if we went to revise the plat, when Charlie and Commissioner Letts helped me get the ranch platted, it was platted with no more than 4 lots. So we would be going outside of that to add a 5th lot for the sole purposes of just having this 1 acre. But if we do that, now we're under the subdivision requirements and it's got to be 10 acres. And so with it being 10 acres, I'll now lose the exemption on 9 of them.
This is a final exam question on a graduate level bureaucracy question. I mean, it really is.
I just threw my pen down.
Good for you. It's fine. Wow. That's.
If we could,
I want to help, but I don't know how yet.
I need to do a warranty deed on what I'm taking out of the LLC. The silly part is my wife and I, as Commissioner Letts pointed out, are the only members of the LLC. we're going to be the only owners of the property. But because we can't homestead something in an LLC, it has to come back to my wife and I, and to do that, we either add a lot to the plat, or somehow we work
You
around.
have to revise your plan.
Yes. Or, as Commissioner Letts' second option was, we vacate the plat and go back to meets and bounds, and then I can carve out 1 acre.
That may be the safest way to cover the creek. Just take it back to ground zero, square one, where it was.
Can I suggest one thing? I'll show this to you first. This is what I'm imagining. He's got this lot here at the end of the cul-de-sac,
Right.
and he wants that 1 acre around a house. Is it possible, because our rules allow for the cancellation of a plat or the cancellation of a portion of a plat, can he cancel that 1 acre circle? Bring in a meets and bounds for us and cancel that? Is that possible? I don't know.
Yeah, but to me, if you had to go to that trouble, I might as well cancel the whole subdivision. Then you can, you know,
My biggest concern is that ag exemption. That's the biggest concern. Because you're gonna have to separate ownership between the individuals and the corporation in order to get the exemption. And then they're probably only giving the ag exemption on the 1 acre.
you can have.
I lose the exemption on the 1 acre.
Right.
Right. Yeah, you can
So
still
keep it on there?
You
And
can
keep it on everything else.
That's fine.
That's what's important.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like, that was it.
The crazy part, Judge, is if I have the 10 acres, if we went with another lot, if I pull out the 10 acres, I lose the exemption on the 9, and that's going to cost me more than the benefit of the 1 acre exemption. For the
That's
rest
not
of
the
it.
case.
The 1 acre can be sold by itself.
Well, then, I mean, I reckon the easiest thing would be to cancel the subdivision, and I would make a motion to, if you choose to cancel the subdivision, we will waive all county fees related to that.
Which would be $100.
Because you have to survey out.
We can't make the decision for you.
Yeah.
We're telling you, we think that may be the easiest way for us to try to give you what you need.
Okay.
But I don't want to be blamed for making the decision.
So if I went that way with the cancellation, do we need to get it on the agenda to come back for approval?
Yeah,
It's a pretty simple process.
yeah, it's simple. I mean, there's 2 owners of various lots, as I understand it.
Yes.
So if that person and you agree, it can be canceled.
But please talk to your real estate lawyer. Just make sure you're covered.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So we'll pass that for now. We're
Well,
thinking that.
okay, so I'll make a motion that if he chooses to cancel the subdivision, we'll waive all county fees.
I'll second. Got a motion and a second, to cancel any fees if the subdivision is vacated. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Sorry.
Next item is item 1.16. Consider discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed interlocal agreement for Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office by and between the state of Texas counties of Bandera, Gillespie, Kendall, Kerr, Medina, for fiscal year 24-25. I put this on the agenda. We went through this last year. Mr. Overby, you were here to hear this. But the original ILA for the 6 counties included a 90-day notice if you want to withdraw from the interlocal agreement with the PDO. And when we got the ILA draft for renewal, changing the managing county from Kerr County to Medina County, they put in an automatic renewal provision if you don't do anything. And we balked at that, and we did not approve it. I went to the meeting, explained to them, that's not what we had originally, that's not what we want. We don't want that provision in there. They took it out. And They took it out of ours, more than they allowed us to strike it. But since I think 2 or 3 of the other counties had already approved the ILA with it in it, they didn't do anything about it. So we got our draft to renew it this year, guess what? It's in again. And so I went to them and told them, we're not gonna do that. They agreed to take it out. It's out of ours. They left it in theirs. That's up to them. But this is something that I recommend that we go ahead and approve as presented.
I think they took it out of all of them.
Well, good. That's what they should.
Yeah, I believe they took it out of all of them. The both provisions that we objected to, I think they took it out of all of them. They want them to be uniform. But I recall.
But I will tell you, when I brought the subject up, I said, we went through this last year. They started scratching it. Really? Yeah. We made a big deal about it last year. And they completely forgot about it. So that's why it's on here.
Anyway, I make a motion we approve the agreement with the Hill Country Regional Public Defender Office as presented.
Without an automatic relook.
Without automatic relook.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve it as presented. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.17, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to determine whether to allow the retail fireworks permit holders to sell fireworks to the public beginning May 1, 2024, and ending midnight, May 5, 2024, in celebration of Cinco de Mayo. This is pursuant to statute. We take action or we don't? Commissioner Harris is not here to,
And he said he was not going to ask for action to be taken.
so we take no action. Unless somebody wants to sell fireworks. Right now, I don't.
I'm not a big fan of it.
But I look at my dead grass, so. Okay, so we'll pass that. No action. Item 1.18, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the Kerr County funding agreement with Kerr Economic Development Corporation. And this was our standard funding, and I think it's already been paid.
Let's remove it.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, approval agenda. Item 2.1, budget amendments.
You have 6 budget adjustments in front of you. 5 of those are grant money or money from the state, and then one of those is to reduce the note proceeds, which was voted upon in a prior meeting.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.2, pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's approval are $971,965.19.
Make a motion to approve the paid bills.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to pay the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.3, late bills.
Yes, we have one late bill. This is to do with ARPA funds for Motorola. It's $1,924,651.87.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the late bill as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. The auditor report, 2.4.
Yes, you received 3 internal audit reports, the environmental health, the county treasurer, and the county clerk, and we ask that you accept those reports.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the reports, the audits as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Monthly reports.
Yes, we have monthly reports for March 2024 from Justice Peace, Judge J.R. Horn, Precinct 2, Judge Bill Raggio, Precinct 4. Have the Kerr County Treasurer Report, for County Director Tracy Sullivan, and investment portfolio summary for the County Director. Move we approve.
Second. A motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.6, court orders.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the court order, I have reviewed them, the court orders from our April 8th meeting, which is in order, and move to approve all.
We have a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Information agenda. 3.1, status report from department heads. Okay, there being none. 3.2, status reports from elected officials. Kerr.
Just want to share with you all in the public, this weekend, the Sheriff's Office and the Kerr County Sheriff's Foundation and Calhoun Foundation, we had a public display of the Bearcat down there at Peterson Plaza. Wasn't a huge group at one time, the weather held out, but it was kind of a steady group throughout the day. A lot of kids came, took a lot of pictures. It was not a fundraiser, but the foundation was able to bring in $7,600 in donations, which the Calhoun matches, so we ended up bringing $15,200. It was a donation, but we're pretty fortunate. We just want to take my hat out to both those foundations that really want to help to us.
Good. Any other elected officials? And moving on to liaison commissioners. 3.3.
I have something I want to add for the Animal Control Center. Kerr Pets Alive forwarded me a quarterly report from January, February, March of this year of what that they have contributed to the county. They have facilitated the rescue or adoption of 258 impounded pets. They have funded spay, neuter, and vaccines for over 82 of our cats and dogs at the facility. They've transported 78 animals to vet appointments or to rescues. They have funded $9,200 in medical care and surgeries for injured animals at the shelter. They've provided 52 free microchips for reclaimed pets and walk-ins, and provided 154 rabies vaccines and microchips through their low-cost clinics. So I just wanted that to be recognized for the first quarter, which is pretty awesome.
They do a great job.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's one of the best partnerships we've ever formed. Any other liaison reports? The only thing I would add is I think all the department heads and elected officials have access to Encode to start working on the budget. Just a reminder that we need those in by April 15th. We're going to have our workshops between April 15th and June 16th. May 15th. May 15th. Stay corrected. And then the workshop will be between May and June 15th. And we'll be sending out reminders of those workshops and who we need to hear from. And then after we've heard all the asks from all the departments and all the offices, I'll go to work with my proposed budget, and we'll start the hearings, start getting finalized at that time. So with that,
Judge, well, I can't ask a question. Never mind.
then
Suspending? I can make a statement though. I think it'd be very helpful in the budget process to do something different this year than we've done in the past, and that is address salaries of new hires at the front end rather than the back end. It seems like we're kind of adjusting things, kind of trying to balance things out on any kind of increases and that, and to me, those decisions should kind of be made more at the front end if possible.
So that completes, we don't have any executive session items today, do we?
We do.
We do?
One.
Just one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what we're going to do is recess briefly to go into executive session, and that's what, attorney consultant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we'll come back out, and then we'll recess to 1:30. Got it right here. It is 10:52, and we are back in regular session. And we have action after executive session, 5.1. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we have no additional donations from PTO to sick time pool, and any employees that are using the sick time pool must use their PTO first. And then all employees that currently have donated time will be able to use the time, but no additional employees will be allowed to receive donated sick time until we develop a policy.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. I want the employees to understand that this is a stopgap measure. We were supposed to do this last May. We did not get the policy in place. PTO program needs some tweaking, so we're going to come back with fair and impartial policy. This will just be temporary. So with that, we ask those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, we have no other action items at this time. We have an item, I think it's 1.9, which will take up to 1:30. We will stand in recess until 1:30. Okay, tell me your name again, sir? Martinez?
Yeah, hi, this is Rafael Martinez.
Rafael, okay. We're ready to go, so go ahead. It is Monday, April the 22nd, 2024, and we're reconvening Commissioners Court. It is 1:30 in the afternoon. And the only thing we have on the docket this afternoon is item 1.9, which is to discuss and take action on an order authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of tax notes, Series 2024, securing the payment thereof by authorizing the levy of an annual ad valorem tax, and approving and authorizing all other instruments and procedures related thereto. So, it's your turn.
Hi, my name is Rafael Martinez. I'm with RBC Capital Markets, your financial advisor. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Dusty Trailer. I work with Dusty, and he is unfortunately indisposed at the moment. I would like to provide a summary of, I guess, the notes that we sold today. We placed the specs out in the market last Monday, and bids were due today at 10 a.m. We had a very good showing with 7 bids across the spectrum of firms. Hilltop Securities was the winner, followed by Robert Baird, TD Securities, BOK, Raymond James, Fidelity, and Bancroft. The winning bid by Hilltop provided TIC of 3.34%, with the follow-up by Baird of 3.35. So it was a very good, very tight bid. Means that they gauged the market accurately and provided a fair price for the rate for the bonds, or the notes, apologies. The notes themselves have a 7-year maturity structure. They start paying out in August of this year, and that has already been budgeted the IMS rate for this year, and they go out to 2031 and without an IMS tax rate increase. The notes were well received because the county judge and auditor met with the rating agencies, with S&P, and they reaffirmed the county's AA bond rating and indicated that if the county's strong financials continue, there would be a chance for an upgrade in the future. So that just means better rates and great news for the county. You're currently looking at annual debt service payments of around $422,000, which, like I mentioned, has already been budgeted and will not result in an IMS tax rate increase. The notes are set to deliver on May 21st after approval by the Texas Attorney General's office, and they will net the county $3,009,753 in project deposit for the various projects that are, that you guys are working on. I believe, I guess that summarizes the issue, and I'm open to taking any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Martinez? What was that? May 21?
Yes, May 21st.
Yeah.
On that day, the funds are wired in, and they should be in your bank account by 10, 11 a.m.
So the action we take is an order authorizing the issuance and sale, delivery of tax note series 2024?
Yes.
Be specific that we're
Probably
awarding
to
it to
authorize
Hilltop
the county
Securities.
judge to.
And authorize the county judge to sign appropriate documents. If that's the appropriate motion, that's my motion.
Yeah. I don't think, we're just doing this for them to have sold the notes. We don't have to mention Hilltop in our motion, do we, Mr. Martinez?
That may be a question for bond counsel. Did they include them in their updated documents?
They're not in the updated documents, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, that just happened at 10, so I
Yeah.
didn't like that.
I think,
We did, we got something.
Yeah.
They've actually signed it. You have a official bid form that needs to be signed by y'all, but it's already been signed by Hilltop Securities, Inc.
Yes, they provided a bid form that has their name on it, and I guess that is indication that you are accepting their bid.
okay.
So we don't have to sign it. That's our action.
And it's already signed by them. Hilltop Security's in.
Correct.
And so then we would need to, and we're just, this is just the bid form, right?
That is their bid form, correct.
And Judge, I have a whole packet of stuff that will need to be signed in relation to that.
Okay.
And this is from bond counsel.
Okay, so we need a,
My recollection, Judge, that this has to be a very specific motion. I'm wondering,
The agenda item is the one that came from bond counsel. Make that motion.
so the motion is to order authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of Act Notes Series 2024. Securing the payment by authorizing the levy of an annual ad valorem tax, and approving and authorizing other instruments and procedures related thereto. That's the motion.
and that's what I said.
You did.
Item 1.9. I make a motion. I'll second that motion.
We got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. What else do we need to do?
I believe that's it.
I've got
And start executing those documents and get some scanned copies to bond counsel, and that should cover it.
Okay, well, at this point, then we'll go ahead and adjourn. I'll execute all the documents and have the clerk attest to my signature, and that should be it.
Excellent, thank you very much.
So with that, we are adjourned.